Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honour.
Mrs. Ward.
Your Honour, this morning we have the hearings into the inquest into the Stockyard, into the death of Russell Bratby, and the inquiry into the Stockyard flat bushfire. I don't anticipate any additional appearances beyond Mr. Newton, who Your Honour can see on the screen. But I am aware, Your Honour, that Mr. Bratby's wife Tracy is hoping to be listening in via the YouTube channel this morning. Russell is survived by Tracy and his two children, Shauna and Murray. And if not listening in today, it's entirely likely that the family will follow the course of today's proceedings at some point via the YouTube recordings.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. I just would like to welcome Tracy and Shauna and Murray, if you are listening or if you eventually listen, and thank you for participating today. And I'm sorry it's under such terribly sad circumstances.
Thank you, Your Honour. So, Your Honour, firstly, these are the opening submissions for the inquiry into the cause and origin of the fire known as the Stockyard Flat Yarrowitch fire. This is believed to have commenced on the 29th of October 2019 and was first seen at, the 26th of October 2019, and was first seen and reported to authorities the next day, 27 October 2019. The fire commenced in the Oxley Wild Rivers National Park, most likely within steep, inaccessible terrain within the Yarrowitch Gorge. This is within the Walker local government area in the Northern Tablelands of New South Wales, encompassed within 80 people. These are also the opening submissions for the inquest into the death of Mr. Russell Bratby. I will refer to Mr. Bratby as Russell throughout these proceedings with no disrespect intended. Russell died at Royal North Shore Hospital on 29 December 2019 after sustaining injuries during the Stockyard flat fire on 7 November 2019. That is, Russell was caught up in the Stockyard flat fire some 12 days after it is thought to have ignited, and he then died some 7 weeks after that. As I've already outlined this morning, Your Honour, Russell is survived by his wife Tracy, to whom he was married for 31 years, and his 2 children, Shauna and Murray. Russell's family have been in regular contact with the council assisting team during the preparation of this matter, and as we've said, are believed to be watching today. In order to understand the manner and cause of Russell's death, the court needs to consider the cause and origin of the Stockyard flat fire. Whilst I will shortly tender 2 separate briefs, one for the inquiry and one for the inquest, Your Honour will immediately observe there is significant overlap in the evidence within each brief. Geography of the fire. It's first necessary to understand something of the geography in the region of the Stockyard flat fire. This aerial footage, which will shortly come up on screen and is taken from page 42 of the brief, maps lightning strike data on an aerial photo, but for present purposes we won't bother with the lightning strike data, Your Honour, and I'll just use the photo to highlight the location of important landmarks and settlements. So to the left-hand side of the photo, Your Honour will see the township of Walker, which is about halfway between Sydney and Brisbane, where the Oxley Highway intersects with Thunderbolts Way. Moving to the right, one can see in the red font in the middle of the screen, the Oxley Wild Rivers National Park. This national park reaches up and off the top of the photo to the north, and then borders the Carrai National Park and the Carrai State Forest to the east, and moving to the right-hand side of the photograph. Importantly, in the circumstances of this hearing, The hamlet of Stockyard Flat is highlighted towards the centre bottom of the screen, and to the southeast of that, Your Honour will see the small village of Yarrowitch. Yarrowitch is on the Oxley Highway in the Yarrowitch River Valley, as that highway moves from Walker and heads east through to Wauchope. So the nearest town for supplies and services is Walker. The Bratby property was located on Blomfield Road, a long dirt road that runs off Kangaroo Flat Road and ends in a dead end to the west. Kangaroo Flat Road itself runs to the southwest and ultimately intersects with the Oxley Highway, taking people back into town, so back into Walker. In her interview with New South Wales Police, Tracy Bratby estimates the drive from their family property on Blomfield Road into Walker took about an hour. She says it's deceiving when you just look at it on a map. It looks like it's in the middle of, it looks like looking at a map in the middle of there, it's deceiving. It's actually longer when you're driving it. The Stockyard Flat fire ignition. A significant dry storm cell passed through the Yarrowitch Valley on 26 October 2019, including in the vicinity of Stockyard Flat itself. This image from page 53 of the Coronial brief records lightning strikes in the vicinity of the Stockyard Flat fire, and it records those lightning strikes across a period starting from 11 a.m. on the 26th of October through until the 11 a.m. on the 27th of October 2019. On this map, Your Honour will see Bloomfield Road towards the bottom right-hand corner, and it stretches out and off the map to the right. Your Honour will also see a snippet of Kangaroo Flat Road, which snakes down the bottom right-hand side and off the base of the map. As I've said, if one were to follow Kangaroo Flat Road along to the southwest, one would eventually arrive in Walker. Visible on this map is a lightning strike identified by reference number 4048-42165, which is relatively close to Blomfield Road. But this is not the strike that is believed to have ignited a fire that spread to Blomfield Road and injured Russell Bratby some 12 days after ignition. Rather, the Stockyard Flat fire is believed to have commenced further to the west of this strike. Your Honour will see within the centre of this map 4 strikes centred within the National Park. The lightning strike data that will shortly be tendered within the brief suggests that these 4 strikes all occurred within the same second and were recorded as being approximately 380 to 675 metres northwest, southwest and southeast from the perimeter of the fire as it was initially mapped the next day, being the 27th. Your Honour, the fire was first reported to authorities at about 3 p.m. on 27 October 2019 and authorised as going at 3:40 p.m. Chris Lute, the captain of the Yarrowitch Rural Fire Service Brigade, and James Goodwin, Rural Fire Service New England Zone Deputy Group Officer, both of whom have provided statements that will shortly be tendered, identified and confirmed the location of the fire. They drove to a property on Blomfield Road belonging to David Bowman, because this property provides a good vantage point of the district. From this position, the fire was seen to be burning in very steep terrain within the Yarrowitch Gorge to the northwest. David Bowman's property was across the road from the Bratby property. Mr. Bowman has provided a statement in these proceedings explaining that he was a friend to Russell and to the wider Bratby family, and also explaining that he was one of the last people we think to see Russell alive. I will return to his evidence later in terms of Mr. Bowman's last contact with Russell. Some images that we have taken from Google will now play on the screen. For Your Honour's benefit, the first of the two Google images depicts the likely area of origin for the fire. So the yellow marker highlights the approximate location of properties along Blomfield Road. And then we're going to move, Your Honour will also see the red marker pointing to the likely area of origin to the northwest. We then move to a second image which identifies the likely area of origin. Your Honour, this is only an estimate, but it demonstrates the dense vegetation, the undulating landscape, and the gorges of this part of the Oxley Wild Rivers National Park. So the court will also see the Yarrowitch River just to the east of the area of origin, winding its way through. Given the inaccessible terrain, direct attack by fire crews was not possible in the early stages of the fire. Instead, a containment strategy was implemented with heavy plant attempting to put in multiple containment lines, and fallback lines were positioned along Stockyard Spur and along property boundaries. Indeed, Tracy Bratby, in her interview with police, refers to Russell talking to her about Rural Fire Service accessing their property to try and either lay containment lines or to access the likely scene of the fire in the days before it impacted. This line scan from page 51 of the brief shows the location of the fire on 27 October 2019. Your Honour will see the Stockyard flat fire in the square at the bottom left-hand side of the screen. At the very early stage of its progression, the fire was limited to a very small area. But importantly, Your Honour can also see the Carrow Creek and other associated fires already burning relatively nearby. The court will receive evidence that over the course of the following 10 days, that is from commencement of the fire up until 7 November 2019 when Russell was injured, the fire continued to burn but was largely contained within a gorge of the Oxley Wild Rivers National Park. Initially, it was mapped as having spread distances of less than 1 kilometre per day. This was due in part to the heavy plant being used to construct containment lines and some early backburning efforts. In some ways, it might not be surprising that residents close to the fire were keeping a watchful eye on the Stockyard flat fire and other fires in the region, but didn't immediately evacuate. Fires are part and parcel of life in this area, and people each have their own ideas about whether they will stay or go, or how long they will stay before they make a decision to evacuate. So it is that Your Honour will see from the brief, David Bowman spoke to Russell on 6 November 2019 as he, that is David, left to go back to his home in town. He tells the court at this point the fires were around but nothing looked like it was close to us and it was on the other side of the gorge. No one was really worried about it and it looked like it was all dying down. The court knows that, in fact, the Stockyard flat fire broke through containment lines the next day, 7 November 2019, to burn through Blomfield Road and Kangaroo Flat Road, Yarrowitch, and to inflict the injuries that would ultimately kill Russell Bratby. Moving then to the events of 7 November 2019. On 7 November 2019, the fire breached containment on the Yarrowbindi Trail. The breach was fuelled by a deterioration in fire weather conditions, with an increase in temperatures, a decrease in humidity, and wind speeds forecast of up to 45 kilometres per hour, gusting at 65 kilometres per hour from the northwest. The evidence within the brief suggests that the wind gusts, in fact, exceeded that during the course of the day, perhaps reaching up to 100 kilometres an hour. The fire took a fierce run to the southwest, spotting up to 14 kilometres ahead of the main fire. Rural Fire Service strategy had to shift from fire containment to life and property protection ahead of an active fire front. At 12:40 p.m, the RFS upgraded the fire to emergency warning status, with the fire expected to impact on Blomfield Road within 2 to 6 hours under strong westerly winds. By 12:51 p.m, an emergency alert was disseminated by the RFS, warning residents that a fire was burning east, heading towards Blomfield Road, and advising residents to take shelter when the fire arrived. Call charge records for Russell's mobile phone show no evidence that he received that emergency warning notification, possibly because his phone was not charged, possibly because phone reception is so poor on Blomfield Road, or possibly for some other reason. At 2:08 p.m, the RFS reported that the fire had impacted at Blomfield Road. Despite RFS aircraft deploying to protect property and assets, 18 properties on and around Blomfield Road were destroyed, including 6 properties on the nearby Kangaroo Flat Road. An RFS fire progression map, taken from page 66 of the brief, illustrates the spread of the fire on 7 November 2019. You'll see the Stockyard flat fire to the bottom left-hand corner of the map, and it shows in various shades of green a significant spread in the fire in comparison to the spread that had occurred over the previous 12 days. So a significant spread dating or timed from around 11:12 a.m. through until 7:48 p.m. on 7 November. From this map, Your Honour will also see a number of other active fires at that time, including the Carrai Creek fire to the north and the Doyles River fire to the east. The Stockyard Flat Fire and the Doyles River Fire merged on 7 November 2019 and were mapped as having run a total distance of approximately 15.5 kilometres in that day. This was regarded as extreme and anomalous fire behaviour. I just pause here to observe, Your Honour, that phrase, extreme and anomalous fire behaviour, is a phrase that is repeated in so many of these cause and origin inquiries that one must wonder when it is that such extreme and anomalous fire behaviour will no longer be considered anomalous. The Stockyard Flat Fire commenced another significant run the next day, 8 November 2019, when it was mapped as spreading a further 35.8 kilometres to the east-southeast. Over the following 3 days, the fire was mapped as having spread relatively short distances, spreading in various directions of between 1.4 to 4 kilometres a day. Then, on 11 November 2019, the Stockyard Flat Fire merged with the Carrai Creek fire to its north. The fire progression map for 9 November, this is page 91 of the brief, illustrates the spread of the fire as it's reaching towards Carrai Creek and before it's officially marked as having merged 2 days later on the 11th. The area shaded in green and then with some blue to the eastern and northeastern fringes is the Stockyard Flat Fire. Then the map that we'll now bring up from page 94 of the brief shows the Stockyard Flat Fire having merged with the Carrai Creek fire and the other associated fires from that fire complex on 11 November 2019. Moving then to the circumstances around the death of Mr. Bratby. Russell Bratby was 59 years old when he died. He lived with his wife Tracy in the family home down on Lake Macquarie, but the family also owned a 53-hectare bush block up on Blomfield Road, which they had purchased about 18 years prior to Russell's death. The map that will now come up on the screen is from page 100 of the brief, and it shows the Bratby property at 32 Blomfield Road. And we'll just have, once those numbers clarify a little, you can see the cursor is circling lot 32. Looking at this map, Your Honour will see that Blomfield Road carries towards the bottom of the map, and then curves around and down the middle of the map. Russell's property is the narrow parcel of land at the top, at lot 32. But Your Honour will also see the Bowman property, the property where Russell sustained his injuries, across the road. This is lot 36. So Your Honour, this is the property where Russell was seeking refuge as the fire pushed through Yarrowitch. The next image is a closer aerial view of both the Bratby and Bowman properties on Blomfield Road. Russell's property is to the east of Blomfield Road, and the court may be able to see from the image that we've taken from Google Maps, a caravan approximately 20 metres from the gate. Just below the caravan is a shed. David Bowman's property, named Rupu, is west of Blomfield Road. It's visible here in the Google image directly opposite Russell's property. The Bowman driveway travels uphill for about 50 metres and then slightly downhill to a cleared flat area where his house is located. Obviously, Your Honour, these are Google images taken long before the fire because the vegetation and indeed the structures are still visible. The Bowman property had been improved over the years, with David Bowman clearing bush and selling off some of the timber on his land. It had a 2-bedroom cottage, solar power for the house, a backup wind turbine, and a machinery shed and separate hay shed. It also had a 3,000-gallon water tank attached to the house with poly piping. The Bratby family bought the Blomfield property because they had visited the Bowman property nearby. According to Tracy Bratby, when the block across the road from the Bowman property came up for sale, they decided to buy it as a holiday bush block. They tried to avoid visiting the area in summer and in winter, and in the last few years, it had been Russell who mainly went to the property on his own. According to Tracy, not even Russell had been up to the property for a couple of years or so, that's estimate, prior to his trip in November 2019. The Bratby property was very basic. It had a couple of caravans, a dilapidated log cabin, a couple of tin water tanks as the only water supply, and various car wrecks scattered about. Russell would typically take drinking water with him when he went up to the property, and Tracy doesn't know where he would replenish his water when it ran out, but maybe it was over at the Bowman house. There was no electricity at the Bratby property, but there were solar panels and some sort of battery setup that allowed Russell to get some battery charge when he had his car there. We don't know if there were other power sources working at the time of the fire, or if this power source was working at the time of the fire, because Russell told Tracy his phone was low on power, whilst the car that he'd driven up there in was in Walker being repaired. So I'll come back to that in more detail in a moment. There was, in any event, Your Honour, little to no phone reception at the Bratby property. Your Honour, it is plain that Russell was not equipped to defend the property from fire. Indeed, he didn't intend to be there during a fire. His presence at the property in November 2019 was due to happenstance, not because he planned to actively defend the property from fire in the surrounding areas. The family had not had a fire go through the property in the time that they owned it. I'm not sure, there's a marker that's come up on the screen, Your Honour, and I'm not sure if it's something that we need to stop and consider. It's showing as someone wishing to join. I don't know if it's actually someone wanting to join for the hearing or not. And if Your Honour will just excuse my back, I'll just have my instructing solicitor to check with Tracy, because she's been sent a link. She was going to watch via... She doesn't have the... No, okay, so it's not Tracy. I was just concerned that it might be Tracy Bratby trying to join. All right, so returning to the reasons why Russell was there in November 2019. Russell went to the property then after a long absence because he and Tracy had been told by a neighbour that there had been some suspicious comings and goings from the property and that they should go and take a look. Russell also had some roof sheets with him for a shed that he was building on the property, and so he took up the offer from a friend to borrow a four-wheel drive and head up, take the roof sheets up and check on what had been happening at the property. Unfortunately, the four-wheel drive that he borrowed broke down in Gloucester on the way through, and Russell ended up having to stay in a local caravan park for a few nights while the four-wheel drive was repaired. Once repaired, he decided that he may as well still go up to the property at Stockyard Flat, because he decided he may as well take the roofing sheets up and finish the trip that he'd set out on, check on the property and see what had been happening up there. So Russell finally arrived at the Blomfield Road property with his dog on 25 October 2019. So this is before the fire started. It seems the four-wheel drive broke down again at some stage while he was up there. We think it broke down more than once, probably twice. And as at the time of the fire, it was still in at the mechanics in Walker for repair. This meant Russell was basically camping out at his property without his own means of transport to get out. On 27 October 2019, two RFS members, Group Officer James Goodwin and Chris Lute, went to Blomfield Road in an effort to locate a fire burning in the Yarrowitch Gorge. We now know this to be the Stockyard Flat fire. The Bowman property was known to have a good vantage point, so they drove there. Whilst there, they saw and spoke to Russell. Each witness gives an account of their discussion with him in separate statements to New South Wales Police and within the brief. In his statement, Mr Goodwin says, "At this time we spoke to Russell Bratby, who lives opposite Dave's place. We knew Russell was not a local and his property was very isolated, timbered and with restricted access. I spoke to Russell and told him that if he sees any plumes of smoke, to get out immediately. Russell said, I know what I'm doing, I know fires, I can get out down a track in the other direction if the main road is blocked." Mr Goodwin says he spoke to Russell for about 15 minutes. Mr Jones was concerned that Russell did not appreciate the conditions that were likely to affect the fire and its location. Mr Jones says, "While I was at Bratby's property, I could observe that he had no fire preparation. He had no firefighting equipment. His property was not defendable. He had no structures suitable to shelter in and had no assistance. I had serious concerns for him staying at his property in any fire event. I expressed my concern and he still would not take advice from the RFS senior officials." Chris Lute was worried that Russell was not concerned about the fire at all. The RFS then set up and worked on the Bowman property for a couple of days, putting in fire breaks with help from David Bowman. On 30 October 2019, the officer in charge of the investigation, Senior Constable Michael McDonnell, attended the Bratby property with another officer. They had been sent there because Russell had made a report to police complaining that some of his building material had been stolen from the block. Senior Constable McDonnell attended and spoke to Russell and then later spoke to the neighbours on whose block the building material had been located. He then left a message for Russell but did not hear back from him. Russell stayed at the property for a few days but planned to return home on 6 November 2019 if the four-wheel drive was repaired by then. He'd communicated that plan to Tracy in their telephone calls. On 6 November 2019, Russell met up with Dave Bowman. According to Mr Bowman, they had arranged to meet so that Russell could get a lift back into Walker to retrieve his vehicle from the mechanic. They met up at about 3:45 in the afternoon, and Russell informed David that the four-wheel drive wasn't yet ready for pickup. Russell told David that he had 3 days' worth of food and that he would be all right staying out on the property until the vehicle was actually ready. Mr Bowman told Russell that if he needed a lift to get back into town, he should go up to the mailbox at the end of Blomfield Road on Friday and get a lift with the mail delivery. Alternately, he could go to Alison, who's another neighbour on the property, if he needed anything. To Mr Bowman's opinion, and he'd known Russell for many years, he says Russell seemed good and no one at that point was concerned about the fire across the gorge. Your Honour knows that the Rural Fire Service were concerned about it as they were putting in containment lines. But according to Mr Bowman, at least some of the residents along Blomfield Road were not concerned about the presence of the fire at that stage. So Mr Bowman locked up his place and he headed back into town, into Walker. The fire arrives at Blomfield Road. According to his statement, it was around lunchtime on 7 November 2019 that Mr Bowman received a call from Alison, one of the other neighbours on Blomfield Road, that she was scared as the smoke was now really thick and she was going to get out of there. Alison told Dave that if Russell was still in Yarrowitch, he could use her ute that was parked on her property at 37 Blomfield Road to get out. Dave wanted to call Russell and pass on this information, but he didn't have the correct mobile number. So Dave sent a message to Tracy, Russell's wife, telling her to contact Russell and to let him know that he could go to Alison's and get her ute and get out as the fire was coming that way. Tracy then attempted to call Russell, but she couldn't get through to him. She received a further message from Dave Bowman about half an hour later for her to tell Russell to stay put as the fire crew were coming to get him. Your Honour, Michael Morris, a resident of Walker, has also provided a statement in these proceedings. Mr Morris had been excavating fire breaks along Blomfield Road on 7 November 2019. He says that the fire started to move too fast, and once it got too close to where he was working, he jumped on his motorbike and left the area. As he was riding along Blomfield Road, he decided to go to all of the occupied properties to warn people of the approaching fire. He says that after he warned a few residents, he went to warn anyone at Russell's property, but he couldn't find anyone on the property. Talk amongst other residents in town after the fire seems to suggest that Mr Morris spoke to Russell as Mr Morris was leaving Blomfield Road, but this doesn't seem to be the case. Mr Morris did not find Russell at this point in time. He did, however, attend to the property after the fire passed through and assisted with efforts to care for Russell and to clear ground to allow ambulance paramedics to arrive. So the following line scans, Your Honour, will give you an idea of how quickly the fire moved on 7 November 2019. This line scan, from page 73 of the brief, was captured at 6:33 a.m, at which time the fire had not yet reached Blomfield Road in Yarrowitch. But just a few hours later, at 1:13 p.m, The fire had well and truly engulfed the whole area surrounding Russell's location. And Your Honour will see it had in fact spread along Blomfield Road up to Kangaroo Flat Road. The court will shortly receive evidence in the form of statements from Simon Connerty from a National Parks and Wildlife Service strike team. In fact, he's the leader of that strike team. And from his colleague, Michael Jarman. These two men were one of 10 National Parks and Wildlife Service team members tasked to protect life and property in the Yarrowitch area on 7 November 2019. Mr Connerty says that at about 1 p.m, they received information that a resident of Blomfield Road may not have evacuated and had possibly sought refuge at his neighbour's house across the road. According to Mr Connerty, the area along Blomfield Road was severely destroyed by fire, leaving no letterbox or any distinguishing landmarks from which to identify the various properties that were set out along the road. So that hampered efforts to try and locate the missing resident. Mr Connerty says that upon reaching the actual property, we found the front gate padlocked. Mike was cutting the lock on the gate as I walked up the driveway towards the house. When I was about 40 to 50 metres away from the house, I saw a male wearing black shorts and a blue t-shirt walking slowly towards me. I now know this to be Russell Bratby. I could tell by the way he was walking that something was wrong, so I ran up to him and saw the extent of his injuries. It looked like he had full thickness burns to both his lower legs and arms, all the way around, and minor burns to his nasals and jawline. I noticed the clothes he was wearing were still wet. I noticed the shed behind him totally destroyed by fire and still smoking. This is probably a reference to the 2-bedroom cottage on the Bowman property. He says, I also noticed a 5,000 litre polyethylene water tank partially melted and split open due to the heat of the fire. So on Mr Connerty's version, Russell was walking slowly towards his rescuers. An account given by Russell himself to Tracy from his hospital bed provides a slightly different version. Russell's account may not be completely reliable for reasons I will explain, but it's important to detail his memory of events as related to Tracy, who then provided them to the court via her interview with police. Russell told Tracy that as the fire was approaching, he put the dog Khan into the caravan in which he had been staying, and then he loaded some items into the boot of an old ute that they had on the property, but the ute wasn't working. He went across the road to David's property at lot 36 to see where the fire was, as he could hear it coming and he could smell it. At some point, Russell turned and saw that the fire was actually on his property and in fact nearing the caravan on the property. He ran back and opened the door of the caravan to allow Khan, the dog, to escape. He then ran through the flames back towards the Bowman property. He was probably only wearing thongs on his feet at this time. At some point, it's not clear when, he noticed the water tank, which seems to have already split open by this time. According to what Russell told Tracy, he hopped into the tank, which still had some small amount of water in it, in the hope that it might provide him some shelter from the fire. Russell says that he had no further memory of what happened after reaching the water tank or how long he had been there, although he may also have said that he was still in the tank when his rescuers found him. As already outlined, though, the National Parks and Wildlife officer who found Russell recalls seeing him walking slowly down the driveway towards them. There is no suggestion in their evidence that he was located still in the water tank, which in any event, Your Honour, might not have been immediately visible to them as they approached along the drive. However, his clothes were still wet when he met up with Mr Connerty. At this point, Russell was in pain but was described as calm. He complained of a sore chest and abdomen. The officers poured water over his burns and wrapped him in a fire blanket. Mr. Connerty requested a medevac helicopter to evacuate Russell. So they immediately knew how urgent the situation was. Turning then to paramedic attendance. In order to understand the evidence that follows, one needs to keep in mind that ultimately 3 different paramedic appliances arrived to assist Russell and to help with his evacuation. He was in an isolated place with poor road access. There was fire all around and the roads were closed because of fallen trees. Furthermore, Your Honour, just because helicopters are capable of dropping crews at the scene of remote accidents doesn't mean it is always safe for choppers to fly to such scenes in all conditions. The evidence here suggests the people that went to help Russell in fact put their own safety at risk to do so. It is really only as a result of Your Honour's inquiry that the timeline of events for Russell's evacuation is now tolerably clear. And we hope this goes some way in answering some of the questions that his family had. This involves considering evidence from and the efforts of the Rural Fire Service, the National Parks and Wildlife Service, and specialist teams within New South Wales Ambulance in order to understand how quickly and how hard people were working to try and get to Russell. Firstly, the National Parks and Wildlife Service crew asked their organisation to call for help. This is the account that I've already referred to in Mr. Connerty's statement. Secondly, at 4:11 p.m, a 000 call was made notifying New South Wales Ambulance of Russell's location and advising that he was suffering burns to his arms and legs. An ambulance was assigned to him, but his location was surrounded by active fire. In the meantime, the Rapid Launch Team Coordinator at the New South Wales Aeromedical Control Centre contacted the RFS to ask about patient information and also to check whether there were any RFS aircraft in the area. This was still an active fire scene. There was still the Rural Fire Service aerial appliances fighting the fire. So New South Wales Ambulance helicopter needed to be able to communicate an intention to enter airspace in order to reduce the risk of collision. A chopper called Westpac 4 was the nearest aeromedical helicopter, and it's described within the brief as basically an airborne intensive care unit. It had recently left Newcastle, having dropped a patient in Newcastle, and was returning to its base in Tamworth. At 4:25 p.m, the helicopter pilot accepted the task of responding to Russell's emergency. But first, that helicopter had to get to Cessnock to refuel. Once this happened, Westpac 4 left for Yarrowitch. At 4:51 p.m, a New South Wales Ambulance Special Operation Team was also tasked to attend. The Special Operation Team are paramedics from New South Wales Ambulance who specialise in providing urgent medical care in remote or isolated locations. In Russell's case, this involved using an RFS helicopter at Armidale Airport to deliver the ambulance special operation team paramedics to the scene at Yarrowitch. Now, it's understood from within the brief, Your Honour, that because of debris and smoke, the RFS helicopter transporting the special operation team paramedics couldn't land at Blomfield Road, and so the National Parks and Wildlife Service and the RFS crews who were on the ground had to clear trees and had to water down a potential landing site to create a safe landing site for that RFS chopper. That chopper was then able to reach the scene, and the special operation team arrived sometime after 6 p.m. and commenced treatment for Russell. A short time later, a road ambulance was actually able to arrive, and Russell was transferred onto a stretcher and placed into that ambulance pending the arrival of the Westpac 4 chopper. It was obviously going to be quicker to use the helicopter to get him to hospital than to start driving in the road ambulance through fire scenes where there are trees falling down and there's still active fire in the area. Your Honour, the Westpac 4 helicopter is a bigger helicopter than the RFS chopper that had been able to land the Special Operations team. The Westpac 4 chopper could not land at the site, so when it arrived at about 6:25 p.m, a critical care physician, so a doctor, along with a specialist paramedic, were winched down from the chopper to render medical assistance. They did so, and then at 6:50 p.m, Russell himself was winched up into the Westpac 4 helicopter and transported to Port Macquarie Airport. There he was met by another road ambulance, which then transferred him by road to the emergency department at Port Macquarie Hospital. He arrived at about 8:15 p.m. Your Honour, it's important to emphasise that even a cursory glance of the records within the brief demonstrates that Russell was not the only patient that New South Wales Ambulance were having to assist that night. The records include numerous references to other calls for ambulance attendance and urgent air evacuation of a range of patients, not just patients connected to the bushfires. It ought be kept in mind that whilst this hearing is solely focused upon Russell, the emergency services helping him that night were responding to many other emergencies at the same time. I'm now going to have some photographs from the brief brought up on screen, being photographs taken by Michael Jarman from the National Parks and Wildlife Service at the time the first responders found Russell. We won't be showing any photos of Russell within the series that come up on screen. The first two images are of the burnt out house on the Bowman property. So Your Honour will see that the cottage is raised on piers. And the third image records the partially melted water tank. Russell took shelter. Now, he either took shelter near or within that water tank. It's described within the brief as having been approximately 2.3 metres high and 2.2 metres wide. Incredibly, whilst the Bowman property, the cottage, was destroyed and the water tank melted, the machinery shed survived the fire. And I'll shortly play some CCTV footage recorded at that shed. So, Your Honour, those photographs taken, the photos that we'll now play were taken about a year later after the fire, on the 2nd of November 2020, and show the Bowman property at that time. These photos are from page 54 and 55 of the brief. And firstly, this photo shows the incline up the drive from the dirt roadway. Your Honour will see the vegetation regenerating. And then when we move to page 55, Your Honour will see the driveway that Russell was described as slowly walking down as the National Parks and Wildlife Services officers looked for him. They were probably stopped at the gate partway up that photo, which was locked with a padlock, and Russell was presumably walking down towards that gate. The next photos that we'll show on screen come from the Bratby property and were also taken on 2 November. These are from the brief at page 49, 50 and 53. This image itself shows the burnt out caravan. This is presumably the caravan where Khan, the dog, was kept safe until the fire got too close. And Your Honour will there see a shed and a water tank on the property. Your Honour, as I've explained, the brief of evidence also contains CCTV footage provided by David Bowman. When my instructing solicitor and I spoke to Mrs. Bratby yesterday, she said that she'd had an opportunity to see some of the footage, But I will just give a warning to the Bratby family that we're now going to play a short clip from this footage. It shows the Stockyard flat fire before it hits the property at Bloomfield Road, but it also then shows the impact of the fire until the camera shorts out, presumably as a result of the fire. So we'll have those clips played now, please. You can see the trees affected by the wind in the distance. Your Honour, I'll move now to the medical treatment that Russell received for his injuries. Russell was treated at Port Macquarie Hospital for a short period, probably only around 8 hours. It was always the plan that he would need to be transferred to Sydney. He was then transferred by air to the burns unit at the Royal North Shore Hospital in the early hours of the following morning. He was observed to have 23% total body surface area burns, predominantly on the upper and lower limbs and on his face. Port Macquarie Hospital were liaising with the specialist at the Royal North Shore Hospital because of the burn injuries that they were having to stabilise before it was safe enough to transport him. During the initial period of his treatment at Port Macquarie Hospital and then his admission at the Royal North Shore Hospital, Russell was conscious and communicative and was said to have been well enough to take short walks whilst at Royal North Shore. He ultimately underwent several debridement and to treat his burn injuries. So incredibly, Russell was able to talk to his family and to explain what had happened during the fire. They were amazed and relieved that he was able to do so. After initially fearing the worst, his family were hoping for a recovery. Friends rallied and provided some accommodation for the family to stay at close to the hospital in Sydney. And later on, the hospital was able to provide them with some accommodation. And yesterday, Mrs. Bratby, in her discussion with us, said she was particularly grateful for that assistance. So the family made plans. Hopefully, Russell would one day be coming home. When Russell was describing his experience of the fire to Tracy, there were some things that he just could not remember. One might think that trauma as a result of his terrifying experience might cause memories to burn. The court, however, with the benefit of extensive medical evidence from within the brief, might conclude that Russell's memory was also affected by the toxic fumes he had inhaled from the damaged water tank. Russell's condition deteriorated at the Royal North Shore Hospital and he was intubated to protect his airways after he started coughing up blood. Over the ensuing weeks, he developed multiple serious complications. Those complications included acute renal failure, progressing to chronic liver failure, low blood protein, a blood infection for which his injured skin was the likely source, increased bile in the blood, and ventilator-associated pneumonia. He was ultimately diagnosed with, not sure how to pronounce this, hemolysis due to oxidative stress from arsenic toxicity. Your Honour, this may have arisen due to the toxic gas he inhaled from the materials used to manufacture the water tank where he sought refuge. Russell's neurological condition deteriorated and an MRI was taken on 22 November 2019, which showed extensive necrosis of white matter in the brain. On 20 December 2019, a senior medical officer noted that Russell was in a severe vegetative state, which hadn't improved in the last 6 weeks, and he was dialysis dependent with large areas of burns. This doctor says, given all this, I feel the chance of Russell making a good functional recovery is slim. After discussions with his family, they decided that Russell should be treated as not for resuscitation, and he was eventually moved to palliative care. After some 7 weeks of hospital admission, Russell passed away on 29 December 2019. So the family spent the Christmas period with Russell, but knowing that he was unlikely to recover. An autopsy followed, which established the cause of death as complications of the effects of fire, but also referred to the hospital diagnosis of oxidative stress from arsenic toxicity. Further investigation was warranted. The court will shortly receive, within the coronial brief of evidence, an expert report from Chong Few from the New South Wales Police Force Pharmacology Service Unit. Mr. Few was engaged to provide an opinion on the chemical compounds contained within the polyethylene water tank and the likely effects of certain gases and fumes on the human body if released from such a tank. This was to determine whether toxins as released from the water tank as it burnt or otherwise melted were likely toxic to Mr. Bratby. The report also canvassed the possibility that the PVC piping nearby may also have affected Mr. Bratby. Dr. Fu tells the court that carbon monoxide is the most common toxic gas released from the combustion of polyethylene, and so the signs displayed by Mr. Bratby, that of having no memory of what had happened or of how long he had been at the water tank, may have been consistent with carbon monoxide poisoning, so not just the effects of trauma. In the opinion of that expert, Mr. Bratby may have inhaled a mixture of polyethylene combustion components at a toxic quantity, in addition to possible PVC combustion components, which caused significant harm to his body. Further investigation directed by Your Honour has followed. Professor Ian Sepult, an intensive care specialist at the Department of Intensive Care Medicine, Nepean Hospital, was engaged to review the entirety of Russell's medical records from his brief treatment at Port Macquarie and his long-term admission at Royal North Shore. This extended to close to 1,500 pages of hospital records, and hospital records of great complexity. In Professor Sepult's view, Russell was treated appropriately for his burn injury, his acute kidney failure, and for the various complications he suffered, including those that he developed whilst he was in hospital. Professor Sepult was satisfied that Russell's neurological deterioration was investigated and treated appropriately, and that he was appropriately transitioned to palliative care once it became clear that he wasn't going to recover from his brain injury. Professor Sepult did identify one red flag from his review of the medical records in relation to Russell's treatment at the emergency department at Port Macquarie, and in particular a blood gas specimen collected at 2028, which showed a metabolic acidosis and evidence of a significant inhalation injury. The professor tells the court that upon an arterial line being inserted thereafter, an arterial blood gas should have been taken, but it's not evident within the records whether it was. This causes Professor Sepult to wonder if medical staff did not understand the significance of the results of the venous blood gas, which showed significant carbon monoxide exposure and which, in his view, necessitated the administration of low-flow normobaric oxygen. Professor Sepult stated a tight-fitting air mask should have been provided and continued in the aircraft that took Russell to Sydney. However, and importantly, Professor Seppold also acknowledges that the inhalation injury had occurred almost 8 hours prior to Russell's attendance, and that the staff at Port Macquarie Hospital were no doubt appropriately working hard to stabilise Russell before his transfer to the specialty burns unit. Further, in additional communication with the team assisting Your Honour, Professor Seppold tells the court that treatment for carbon monoxide poisoning is somewhat controversial, and even if high-flow normobaric oxygen had been available for Russell, it may not have altered the outcome. Given the rare series of events that led to Russell's presentation, burn injuries are not rare, but the melting and burning of water tanks, potentially leading to poisoning in addition to burn injuries, is less common. Professor Seppold does not see the case raising systemic issues warranting recommendations. In light of this, Your Honour has determined that Port Macquarie Hospital and the doctors involved do not need to be served with sufficient interest letters, nor invited to reply to the one matter raised by Professor Seppold on his review. Indeed, the Seppold report will be referred to the hospital for further consideration as a learning experience for the relatively rare circumstances involved in cases like Russell's, along with a copy of Your Honour's ultimate findings. So the investigation into Russell's death has taken many unexpected steps over the last 2.5 years, but it has been important to be thorough in considering the complex medical evidence and uncovering a potential learning opportunity for the hospital. We, of course, have not heard from the hospital in response, so they may well have other information available to them that would influence the way they approach the comments expressed by Professor Seppold. Russell's family are likely to be watching the proceedings today. We hope that they understand how much effort has gone into investigating this matter and how genuine are the condolences that we extend to them for their loss. Your Honour, I'll now return to the evidence about the fire being declared out. On 11 November 2019, the Stockyard flat fire merged with the Carrai Creek fire to the north. The court conducted an inquiry into the Carrai Creek fire on Monday and is therefore familiar with the evidence suggesting that the Carrai Creek fire itself was not declared out until January of 2020. Thus, while some evidence within the Stockyard flat brief identifies the fire as being declared out on 11 November, that is a misnomer. All that happened on that day is that the Stockyard flat fire merged with the Carrai Creek fire and was managed as part of that fire. In the first 15 days, the Stockyard flat fire, whilst it was being managed as a separate fire, is believed to have burnt an area of around 70,000 hectares, 30,000 hectares of national park, 18,000 hectares of state forest, and 23,000 hectares of private land and farmland. It destroyed 22 residential buildings and 22 outbuildings, as well as cattle and goats. A resident of Abermain was injured and taken by ambulance to hospital, where he was airlifted to the John Hunter Hospital in Newcastle. It's also been reported to New South Wales Police that a firefighter sustained a head injury while working on a property in Yarrowitch, and he was later treated in hospital. Your Honour, given the scope of issues in relation to the fire inquiry will be limited today to the cause and origin of the fire, the court will hear oral evidence from only 2 witnesses: the officer in charge of the investigation, Senior Constable Michael McDonnell, and then Detective Technical Inspector Michelle Hepburn of the New South Wales Police Forensic Evidence and Technical Services Command. So, Your Honour, I'll now tender the brief of evidence, 2 separate briefs, one for the Stockyard flat Yarrowitch fire, which I understand should be marked as Exhibit 42A. So that's the Stockyard flat fire brief. And then the brief of evidence for the inquest into the death of Russell Bratby, Exhibit 43.
Yes, Exhibit 43, thank you. Ms Ward.
Your Honour, can I also invite Your Honour to make an interim order, and I'll just hand up a copy of the order. It does no more than provide that the evidence tendered in each of these two matters is taken to be evidence in the other matter.
Thank you. Mr Newton, you're aware of the
Your Honour,
proposed
I
order?
order and I have no objections.
Thank you. Thank you. I make that order now.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you.
Now, Your Honour, the first witness for today, if I just get the right brief, will be the officer in charge. I understand he should be. Sorry, let me get my documents set and then we'll call the officer. Yes, thank you. I think Senior Constable McDonnell has been in the virtual waiting room and should now be available to come onto the screen.
Senior Constable, can you see and hear us in the courtroom? Senior Constable, can you see and hear us?
I can, Your Honour. I can see counsel, but I can't see you, Your Honour.
Oh, I think that I'll come up eventually. There I'm probably
There you are.
now.
Thank you.
All right, you'll just hear from the court officer now. Thank you, Senior Constable.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you, Senior Constable.
Would you state your name, rank and station?
Senior Constable Michael McDonnell. I'm currently serving the New South Wales Police at Warhope Police Station.
Are you the officer in charge of the Coronial inquiry into the Stockyard flat bushfire?
Yes, I am.
And the officer in charge of the Coronial inquest into the death of Russell Bratby?
Yes, I am.
In that capacity, have you prepared a statement to assist Her Honour dated 20 October 2020?
That's correct.
Thank you. Senior Constable, where were you stationed at the time of the fire?
I was stationed at Walker Police Station.
I'm going to ask you some questions just about that local area so that you can help orientate Her Honour to the court. Firstly, is the hamlet of Yarrowitch within the broad area that you would serve out of Walker Police Station?
Yes, it is. So the entire area that we covered was about 7,300 square kilometres.
And how far across did the east did it extend?
The general consensus on the border between Walker and Warhope was what's called Ginger's Creek, or Ginger's Creek Roadhouse, which is probably another 20 kilometres or so east of Yarrowitch and Kangaroo Flat Road.
Very well. In your statement, you tell Her Honour that Yarrowitch consists of rural farmland properties and dense bushland in gorge country. Do you recall saying that in your statement?
Yes.
Are there any shops or services or schools within the Yarrowitch area?
There's no shops, no services. There is a small primary school, which usually has no more than about half a dozen students.
Is it fair to say the nearest service centre for Yarrowitch is back across in Walker?
Yes, that's correct.
And does Walker itself have a hospital?
It has, they term it an MPC, so it's a very basic hospital combined with an aged care facility. It's only, I think, got a 5-bed emergency department, and the local GP has visiting rights to be the treating doctor.
So fair to say nothing like a specialty emergency department or burns unit?
Oh, definitely not.
And does Walker have an ambulance station?
Yes, it does.
Do you know how many ambulance appliances are at that station or were at that station at the time of the fire?
So they have two vehicles, so a standard Mercedes and also a trip carrier style 4-wheel drive vehicle. But there's only ever 2 ambulance officers on shift at any one time.
Do you know, and if you don't, just say so, is presumably the trip carrier vehicle is used for needing to access more remote and rugged locations?
Yeah, that's correct.
Senior Constable Tracy Bratby, Russell's wife, says in her interview with New South Wales Police it used to take them about an hour to get from their property on Blomfield Road back across to Walker. Does that sound about right to you?
Yeah, that sounds fairly accurate.
But is it the case that as the crow flies, Blomfield Road is actually closer to Walker than you might think from a 1-hour commute?
Yes, yeah. Kangaroo Flat Road's quite a long dirt road, which has a lot of twists and turns and sharp corners. So you definitely, while it might have a higher speed limit, you're not travelling at that speed limit for most of it.
Do you have your statement with you, Senior Constable?
Yes, I do.
Could you just have a look at paragraph 10, please?
Yep.
Do you see there you refer to the fact that the fire occurred during a very high fire danger period?
Yes.
I just want to ask you some questions around the lead up to the fire. Firstly, do you remember that period yourself from being in town?
Yeah, reasonably well, yeah.
And did you consider it to be an unusually hot or particularly dangerous fire period yourself?
Walker's generally given the altitude, is generally quite a cold area. I remember when first sort of moving to the area, people telling me that it's very rare that you'll get temperatures consistently above 30 degrees. And I do recall that period of time, it was very, very whatever all the locals would have referred to as unseasonably warm, long period for Walker.
Thank you. To your knowledge, did police have any particular arrangements in place in case you needed to ramp up efforts to evacuate people across the fire season?
No, I'm not aware of anything in particular.
Could you turn up paragraph 13 of your statement, please, Senior Constable?
Yep.
Do you see there you refer to a dry storm cell hitting the Yarrowitch Valley on the 26th of October 2019?
Mm-hmm.
Were there already other fires that you were keeping an eye on elsewhere in the region prior to that dry storm cell hitting?
Yeah, I'm aware there was another fire in closer to Walker that was occurring around that time, and also I believe, and I could be wrong, but I believe the Carrai Creek fire and those other surrounding fires were active at that time as well.
You didn't have any role in evacuating or investigating the Carrai Creek fire, is that right?
No, I did not.
I'm just going to have a document brought up on screen from page 51 of the brief, and just see if you can assist Her Honour by referring to what seemed to be the other fires within the area at the time of the dry storm cell fire. So this is a document provided by the Rural Fire Service, but can you see the fire in the bottom left-hand corner near Yarrowitch being the Stockyard flat fire?
Yes, I can see that.
And then there's a fire to the left-hand side towards the middle of the page. Do you know what fire that is?
Oh, I can't remember the name off the top of my head, no.
Might that be the fire that you've told the court was burning closer to Walker even before the dry storm cell hit Yarrowitch?
Yes. Yeah, that looks like the right geography for that fire.
And then we can see towards the middle of the page, Carrai is marked, and one can just see the outline of the Carrai Creek fire. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Then over to the right-hand side, there's a fire to the east of the Stockyard flat fire. Do you know which fire this is?
No, not off the top of my head. I can't remember the names of those.
So again, that's not a fire that you were involved in investigating.
No, they were the Carrai fire and that one there. They were outside of our border, so I believe Mid North Coast Police would have been involved with those.
Coming then back to your statement, Senior Constable, at paragraph 14, you record the local rural fire service receiving a call out on the 27th of October in relation to a bushfire at Stockyard Flat. Do you see that?
I do.
Now, given that we've got a dry storm cell hitting on the 26th of October and then the first call out happening the next day, are you surprised by the delay in fire or smoke becoming visible from the presumed ignition on the 26th?
Not really. There's not a big population out in that area, and they're quite sparse. And given the countryside, the gorges and valleys, it doesn't surprise me that it could have potentially taken, up to 24 hours for someone to be aware of it, given the area where it was, where it ignited.
Do you know when New South Wales Police were first advised of the fire?
I don't know as to when we were officially advised, no.
All right. In paragraph 14, you record in the last sentence a determination by the Rural Fire Service that the fire was in an area known as Bulgaroo and in inaccessible terrain on the Yarrowitch Gorge. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, I'm just going to have page 53 of the brief brought up on screen, which is a map. Now, it's lightning strike data displayed within that map, but just ignore that for the moment, please, Senior Constable. Are you able to help us understand where the Yarrowitch Gorge is likely to be displayed on the map?
I'm just going to see if I can zoom in on it.
Yeah, we can zoom in for you, but if you find that it's just such poor resolution that you can't answer, please let me know.
My understanding of from their description of the Yarrowitch Gorge is sort of where the Yarrowitch River follows.
Yes. Right, and we can see the Yarrowitch River there from the top centre of the screen moving down towards the right-hand side.
Yeah.
Okay. What about this area known as Bulgaroo?
No, I'm not aware of that name at all.
And then we can also see, can't we, on the bottom right-hand corner of this map, Blomfield Road?
Yes.
So am I right in suggesting that the Yarrowitch Gorge is located to the northwest of Blomfield Road?
Yeah, that's my understanding of it, yes.
And indeed, the gorge is within the national park, isn't it?
Yes.
You say in paragraph 14 that Chris Lute and James Goodwin received a fire call out in relation to a bushfire at Stockyard Flat. Do you know who first reported the fire to the Rural Fire Service itself?
No, I don't.
Coming back to the map, Senior Constable, can you see a series of 4 lightning strikes centred in the middle of the map?
I can.
In the course of your investigation into cause and origin, do you understand that they represent 4 likely lightning strikes as ignition sources for the fire?
Yes, I do.
Then if we move to the bottom right-hand side, outside of the boundaries of the National Park, do you see a lightning strike recorded with reference number ending 2165?
Yeah, I can see that.
And this seems to be a lightning strike that is itself much closer to Blomfield Road. Would you agree?
Yes.
Were there any reports of fire evident along Blomfield Road from the 26th of October or in the 24 hours following that?
No, not that was reported to me by anyone and not indicated by Chris Lute or James Goodwin either.
Yes. So indeed, the focus of the early RFS effort seemed to be, did it not, within the Yarrowitch Gorge, not on a fire already threatening Blomfield Road.
Yeah, that's correct.
So it is possible that the lightning strike there recorded with reference number 2165 firstly may not have ignited a fire. Would you agree? And it's also possible because of the margin of error within lightning strike data that striking in fact landed in proximity to but not precisely at that point. Are you aware of that sort of margin of error with the use of lightning strike data?
Yeah, I know it's not 100% accurate. Yeah.
Okay. You tell the court in your statement, Senior Constable, that the Stockyard flat fire ultimately joined up with the Carrai Creek fire, but not before it had burnt through approximately 60,000 hectares. The court understands that properties were lost on Blomfield Road and a small number on Kangaroo Flat Road, but were there other areas of property loss in other hamlets or the surrounds in Yarrowitch?
Not that I'm aware of. I know there was fires that sort of went through, but no reports of any damage to buildings or sheds or anything like that, or no loss of life or anything like that.
Beyond the concentrated losses that we're aware of around Yarrowitch itself, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you turn up paragraph 60 of your statement, please?
Yep.
So do you see there that you seem to have taken records from Walker Council that record residential and outbuildings that were destroyed?
Yes.
Presumably there was other infrastructure loss in terms of machinery and fencing, would that be fair to say?
Oh, definitely.
And indeed some loss of livestock that I referred to in opening, including some cattle and goats. Is that right?
Yeah.
I'm going to now have another map brought up on screen from page 91 of the brief. This is a map, Senior Constable, from the 9th of November 2019, a fire progression map. And can you see the Stockyard flat fire in green to the bottom?
I can.
And then it's joining up with the Carrai Creek fire to the north. Do you see that?
Yes.
It's evident from this map that the Stockyard flat fire had also extended a significant distance to the east-southeast. Would you agree with that?
Yes, definitely.
Did the Stockyard flat fire itself ever threaten to cut the Oxley highway?
It did cut the Oxley highway, and it caused the highway, due to the damage to the road and landslides and falling trees, it caused the highway to be closed for quite some time. It was a number of weeks from memory.
According to this fire, it seems that a fire labelled the Coombs Gap complex of fires may well have already cut the Oxley highway by this date. Were you involved in...
Sorry?
No, I was just going to ask, were you involved in the Coombs Gap complex fire?
No, I had responded a couple of times to reports of the road being closed and so heading out in an emergency position to prevent further people from driving into that area while it was impacted by fire.
And do you know whether the Stockyard flat fire ultimately also merged with what's described as the Coombs Gap complex fires?
I can't be certain on that, no.
All right. Senior Constable, I'm going to ask you some questions now just about Mr. Bratby himself. We know that he was injured at a neighbour's place on Blomfield Road. Had you ever attended that neighbouring property yourself?
Yes, I have.
And when did you attend the neighbouring property?
We attended, I'm not 100%, I think I've attended there prior when I had my first interaction with Mr. Bratby. I think we went across the road and might have spoken, and I might have been down there previously in the years that I was there at Walker, but I also attended after the fire to take photographs, and we did an assessment, a police building assessment in terms of what number of properties were damaged to include in the event.
So let's turn to this occasion when you go out to Mr. Bratby and speak to him out on Blomfield Road. The evidence within the brief suggested that happened on the 30th of October 2019. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that's correct.
That would put it after the fire ignition, but over a week before the day when the fire really takes off and impacts Blomfield Road. Is that right?
Yes.
Why were you called out to the house?
We received a call via police radio in regards to some property that alleged to have been stolen from Mr. Bratby's property. He had located the property, which were building materials, on a neighbour's property.
Did you attend Blomfield Road and speak to Mr. Bratby and then walk with him across some open bushland looking for the materials that he had reported as stolen?
Yeah, so we did attend and speak to Mr. Bratby, and we actually drove, given the distance between the properties, in which he led us to the neighbouring property where he identified building materials as belonging to him.
So your attendance on the 30th of October had nothing to do with fire preparation or fire warning?
No, not at all.
And was there any reason for you to even talk to him about whether he had a fire plan at that stage?
No, there wasn't.
I'm going to just have some photographs brought up on the screen just to help orientate us to the property, even though they were photos taken by your colleague and not by you, Senior Sergeant. The first photo will be photo 49. Now, this is described as the view looking east from Blomfield Road, Yarrowitch, into lot 32.
Yes.
Do you recognise that as the Bratby property?
Yes, I do.
And it seems that the Bratby property sloped down from the road, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And are we there looking at the roof of what was once a caravan on the property, do you know?
Yes.
And there seems to be some sheeting lying on the ground to the left of the skeletal remains of the caravan. Do you know what that sheeting was used for?
From memory, there was sort of an additional sort of shelter attached to the caravan.
Okay. I'm going to also ask for the photo on page 53 to be brought up on the screen. This is said to show a shed and water tank set up at the property. Do you recall seeing that when you were there?
Yes, I do.
Was that shed going to offer any sort of protection in the event of a fire?
I wouldn't believe so, no.
I'll shortly have some photos of the Bowman property brought up on screen, but before I do, Senior Constable, I just want to focus on the events of 7 November 2019. You say in your statement that the Yarrowitch Valley on that date experienced hot and dry winds, humidity dropping, wind speed measured at over 100 kilometres an hour. This is from paragraph 33 of your statement.
Yes.
Did police have any warning that weather conditions were likely to deteriorate like that on the 7th?
I don't recall any specific warnings, no.
You then set out in your statement some evidence from RFS crews fighting the fire, including a request that a code red be called. Do you see that in paragraph 34?
Yes, I do.
Can you recall were you at work in Walker on the 7th of November 2019?
Yes, I was. I was on a day shift.
Can you recall when you became aware that there was a fire, or that the fire that had started in the Yarrowitch Gorge was progressing to such a point that residents might need to be evacuated?
Yes, I was in paragraph 36 at 1:17 p.m. We received via a police radio the emergency warning notification. I was in the Walker police station at the time when that came across. I was working with Senior Constable Joe Ireland, and I then got on radio and asked whether there was police assistance was required down at Blomfields Road and Kangaroo Flat Road, and at that point we were advised it was just for our information. Even if police assistance had been required at that stage, how long would it likely take you to get back out to Blomfield Road? If we were travelling at urgent duty, you're probably looking at 35 to 40 minutes. You say in your statement that there came a point where it was no longer safe even for the RFS crews to remain in the area, and they left a staging base that they had set up at Yarrowitch Base Camp. Yep. Presumably, if the fire was at a point where it was not safe enough for the RFS to remain at the scene, it wouldn't be safe enough for police to remain at the scene either. Correct. All right, I'm now going to have photo 56 brought up, the photo at page 56 brought up on screen. Senior Constable, do you recognise this as a photograph of the Bowman property showing the water tank where Russell was located, or in the vicinity of which Russell was located? Yes, I do. And does this photo give us an indication of why this property is used as a vantage spot when someone's looking for fire in the area? Yeah, from my travelling on that road, subsequent to the bushfire, it was the highest vantage point that I observed. And even if we look out past the water tank into the middle distance of this photo, it seems that we're quite high. We're at quite a height and we're looking down. Yeah, that's correct. And across the country, is that right? Yes. Are we looking down and across the Yarrowitch Gorge? Yes. You later obtained CCTV footage from the machinery shed at the Bowman property, is that right? Yes, I did. Where was that shed located in terms of the water tank that we can see in this photo? It's my understanding, so if you're looking directly to where that water tank is, that it's actually back down the hill, down towards the gorge. All right, so almost as if we went walking past the water tank, we would come down an incline and find it somewhere down there. Yes, correct. And that machinery shed survived the fire, didn't it? Yeah. What do you attribute that to? No idea. Good luck. Sometimes these fires just happen or burn structures in the most random ways. Would you agree? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. How long were you then involved in responding to the crisis arising from the Stockyard flat fire? We went down to that area. We got the call around 4:20 p.m. in regards to a concern for welfare from a care group who provide care to an elderly male who lives on Kangaroo Flat Road. And that they believed that he hadn't made it out of the fire zone in time because he wasn't able to transport himself. We then made contact with the Emergency Operations Centre at Glen Innes, and we were able to establish that RFS staff had actually evacuated him to the Yarrowitch showground. And so then we headed to the Yarrowitch showground to try and arrange transport into Walker for him. And following on from that, we then became aware of the situation involving Russell. And
Were
we
you
probably, sorry.
No, you go on, please, Senior Constable.
We then went down to Kangaroo Flat Road. We made phone contact with James Goodwin. We stopped at about the property Jamboree where they'd packed up the RFS from prior due to the fire danger. We performed a roadblock to stop residents and others trying to enter the area. James informed us via phone that he would come up and give us a briefing when he could, but it was too dangerous for us to proceed any further down Kangaroo Flat Road.
Were you then involved in fire response activities for days or even weeks after the fire had passed through on the 7th of November?
Duties on and off involving fire response, yes.
Presumably those duties became less frequent as the fire front moved across other regions.
That's correct.
And indeed, once the fire had crossed and merged with the Carrai Creek fire, is it the case that you would have had less fire-related duties yourself because your portion of the fire had already burnt itself out?
Yeah, that's correct.
We understand that the Carrai Creek fire was declared out on about the 15th of January, must have been 2020. Do you have any reason to doubt that time frame?
No, not at all.
So just if we're talking about the Stockyard flat fire, it may not have been burning still in January of 2020, but it had merged with the fire that itself was not extinguished until that date.
Yes.
Your Honour, those are my questions.
Thank you. Senior Constable, if you wouldn't mind just waiting so I can see if there's any other questions. Mr.
Yes, Your
Newton.
Honour.
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you very much, Senior Constable. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you.
Your Honour, is that a convenient time for an adjournment? We need to tee up our next witness and I'm late anyway.
We'll take the morning adjournment and come back at 12:15. Yes, Ms Ward.
Your Honour, I call Michelle Hepburn.
Detective Inspector, can you see and hear us in the courtroom?
Yes, I can, Your Honour.
All right, you'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you. Ms Ward.
Thank you, Your Honour. Would you state your name, rank and station?
Michelle Hepburn. I'm an Inspector of Police. I'm currently the Manager of Crime Scene Services Branch, Western Zone, which is part of the Forensic Evidence and Technical Services Command.
Thank you. And sorry, where are you based presently?
I'm presently based in Tamworth.
Thank you. Inspector, are you authorised to undertake general crime scene investigations for New South Wales Police?
Yes, I am.
More specifically, are you also authorised to undertake wildfire cause and origin investigations for New South Wales Police?
Yes, I am.
In that capacity, have you prepared a cause and origin investigation into the Stockyard flat fire to assist the court?
Yes, I have.
Is that dated the 23rd of November 2020?
Yes, it is.
Do you have a copy of that with you?
I do.
Have you also, Inspector, completed a separate statement detailing your investigation of the scene where Russell Bratby sustained injuries on the 7th of November 2019?
Yes, I did.
And is that investigation referred to in a statement also of the 23rd of November 2020?
Yes, it is.
Inspector, my first set of questions will be related to the cause and origin into the fire investigation that you conducted. Can you recall now when you were first asked to undertake a cause and origin investigation?
I believe I was first contacted around May of 2020 by Senior Constable McDonald from Walker Police, sorry.
And Senior Constable McDonald being the officer in charge of the Coronial inquiry. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
From your statement, it seems that you were able to travel to the scene on the 7th of July, 2020. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know what prompted a cause and origin investigation being conducted, a forensic investigation of the scene being conducted by the police so long after the fire ignited?
Crime scene services are a support service for investigators within the police districts. And whilst I'm aware this fire did occur in October of 2019, we were not requested at the time to investigate the cause and origin of this fire. The reason we were then called upon in 2020 and midway through 2020 was as a result of the total 1920 bushfire season and a review of all of those fires and then an allocation of those fires to be formally investigated.
So is it fair to say that some fires were formally identified long after the event of ignition, and your command was required to do your best to conduct cause and origin investigations months down the track?
Yes, that's correct.
And does the fact that you're conducting a cause and origin investigation months down the track make your job much harder?
It does make it more difficult, yes. Changes occur to the scene, and this is for any scene. Changes occur naturally, changes occur due to activities going on after the fires, clean-up activities, those sorts of things. So the delay in examination can hamper our investigation because things are not as they were at the time of the fire.
In your statement, you refer to the fact that James Gordon from the Rural Fire Service was with you when you conducted your investigation out at Yarrowitch. Why did you have James Gordon with you, or why did you think it was important that James Goodwin, I should say, Inspector? Why was that important? How could he help?
From my understanding, he was the officer who first cited the fire for the RFS after a call out of smoke being detected. It was important because of the time since. I needed to know where they had been, what they had done from someone who had been there at the time the fire was first noticed or first reported. So that was the reason for him also being there. And I was also in the company of Cherie Lute. So she is the wife, I believe, of Captain Lute from the local fire RFS crew up there. And access, or the closest we could get to the fire, was via access on her property. So she was with us to guide us as far as she could along the access tracks on her property back into the back of the Oxley Wild Rivers National Park.
Okay. Inspector, you won't have this in front of you, but I'm just going to read an extract from Mr. Goodwin's statement to police. And this is his recollection of the moment when he first sees the fire that became known as the Stockyard flat fire. So, Your Honour, I'm reading from page 99, and it's paragraph 3 of the brief for those at the bar table. According to Mr. Goodwin, Inspector, he says that around the 27th of October 2019, and I want you to accept from me that it was in fact the 27th of October that this happened, he went out with some others to the Yarrowitch area on reports of a fire within the Yarrowitch Gorge proximity. He then says, due to the smoke haze from other fires to the northeast of Yarrowitch, the location of this fire took 4 hours to find. Given that you've now seen the terrain for yourself in which the fire is believed to have ignited, do you think that 4-hour delay is understandable?
Absolutely, yes.
Particularly in circumstances where other fires in the area were contributing to smoke haze?
Yes.
He says, on nightfall, we found the fire at Stockyard Flat and Doyle's River fire at Yarrowitch. And there's then a discussion about containment options, and he concludes the paragraph by saying the fire at the time was inaccessible down in the Yarrowitch Gorge. Moving then, Inspector, to 2020, were you able to drive to the point where James Goodwin was when he first saw the fire in inaccessible regions down in the Yarrowitch Gorge?
I believe that those sightings were taken from on the opposite ridge line, which would line up with the Blomfield Road side. That's how they were able to visually sight it. That's my understanding.
So
and yes,
is it,
and yes, indeed.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. What did you say?
And yes, we did go to an area in Blomfield Road, yes.
You've already told the court that you also had Cherie Lute giving you access to their property so as to approach the Oxley Wild Rivers National Park. Do they share a boundary?
The Lute property and the Oxley Wild Rivers National Park, yes. Yes.
And was James Goodwin with you for this part of the Origin investigation when you were there with Cherie Lute?
Yes.
So does that mean he was again able to indicate to you from a vantage point on the Lute property where he believes he first saw the fire within the gorge?
Yes. A general area, yes.
And was that really as close as you could get to establishing a general area of origin for the fire?
Yeah, I couldn't physically walk any further down. The cliff there it was quite steep. The terrain there, it wasn't safe to walk further down, and we certainly couldn't get a vehicle any further. We were stopped at the end of the access track, and you could not drive a vehicle further down there at that point.
Is it fair to say the two most crucial factors that inhibit your ability to conduct an area of origin investigation hoping to identify a point of origin are these. Firstly, the inaccessible terrain that you've just described.
Yes.
And secondly, even if you'd been able to access terrain closer to the general area of origin, vegetation regrowth in the intervening period could well have frustrated any attempt to locate a point of origin.
Yes, that's correct.
Moving then, Inspector, from the origin of the fire to the cause of the fire, you were able, weren't you, to eliminate a number of potential causes that just did not arise on the facts involved in the Stockyard flat fire?
Yes, I was.
And you've set these out, haven't you, in your report at paragraph 33?
Yes, I did.
Turning then to one of the possible causes that you've identified in that table at paragraph 33, you refer to the possibility that the fire was caused by lightning, and you refer to both the dry thunderstorm having passed through the area and then a number of lightning strikes being recorded. Do you see that?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to see the lightning strike data that attempts to plot the location of individual strikes against the general area of origin of the fire?
Yes, I was provided this as part of the information contained in the brief from Senior Constable McDonald.
I'm going to have one of those pages brought up on screen now, Inspector. It's page 53 of the brief. Can you see that well enough on the screen in front of you, Inspector?
Yes, I can.
We can see 4 strikes plotted relatively close to each other within the centre part of the screen and apparently to the west of the Yarrowitch River. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Are they the 4 lightning strikes that are considered the most likely potential causes for the fire if it was in fact caused by lightning strike?
Lightning strikes occurring in the general vicinity, and we are aware that these lightning strike data maps aren't necessarily 100% accurate, but they are fairly accurate, would be a possible scenario for how this fire has originally ignited, yes.
Yes. And do those 4 lightning strikes fall broadly within the general area of origin as related to you by Mr. Goodwin from the Rural Fire Service?
Yes, they're in the general vicinity, and they're in that proximity to the Yarrowitch River, which allowed us to place it, yes, in that general vicinity.
And would you agree with me that these lightning strikes as plotted fall within a possible time frame as being a time of ignition for the fire, being from 11 a.m. on the 26th of October through until 11 a.m. on the 27th of October?
Yes, they do.
Did you have any information available to you in the course of your report about the state of the fuel load within the National Park in October of 2017, coming as it did following a long period of drought in the area?
There are documents located within the RFS system that refer to fuel loads. There is some variation between Bureau of Meteorology data that was obtained by Senior Constable McDonald and also by the RFS, what they report in their incident reports or the SITREP reports. But there was fuel load available, yes.
So is it the case that even allowing for potential discrepancies between the Bureau of Meteorology material and the Rural Fire Service material, on either set of material, one can conclude that there was a likely fuel source within the National Park which might have fed any initial ignition as a result of lightning strike?
Yes, that's correct. That's fair to say.
Inspector, you don't, though, conclude that lightning has been established as a cause for this fire. Is that largely because you were unable to reach the point of origin yourself and satisfy yourself that other causes could be eliminated?
Yes, that's correct.
Does this mean that you would never make a determination about the cause of a fire unless you'd been able to reach the point of origin to conduct an investigation?
I would always want to make my determination based on what I have been able to observe at an area of origin and a point of origin.
Thank you. In the table at paragraph 33 of your statement, you also raised the possibility that the potential cause of the fire could be spontaneous combustion. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you mean by spontaneous combustion?
Okay, so spontaneous combustion can occur when fuels are able to self-heat to a point where they're able to self-ignite. Now, this is a natural process, and because I couldn't go to the actual area of origin, I couldn't wholly exclude that natural combustion had occurred and had been the source of ignition. But I do concur it's probably less likely, but I cannot wholly exclude it as being a possibility. In either event, a lightning strike or a spontaneous combustion event are both naturally occurring causes.
You're satisfied, are you, that the court could conclude that there was no deliberate human action leading to the ignition of this fire?
Yes.
And then in terms of the spontaneous combustion, do you know how prevalent it is as a fire ignition mechanism in comparison to lightning strike?
Look, I haven't investigated any fires that have been as a result of spontaneous combustion. Mine have either been deliberately lit fires or, in this case, a natural cause, which I tend to lean more towards it being a lightning strike.
Are there certain factors that might make spontaneous combustion more likely?
Periods of long, dry weather patterns, low humidity. So we're talking quite low humidity and quite high temperatures that would allow for items to spontaneously combust. There is, however, the aspect of combustion that occurs as a result of piles breaking down, for example. So the biological process that occurs with the breakdown of organic materials creates its own heat. And so that can still be a moist environment. So
is it, I withdraw that. When you say that some of the factors that might make spontaneous combustion more likely, and you refer to high temperatures, low humidity and long periods of dry, they're also a classic combination of factors that can lead to the early spread of bushfires, aren't they?
They are, yes.
So it must make it very difficult to try and untangle whether a fire is a result of spontaneous combustion or some other cause if you can't get to the point of origin and look for signs for yourself.
That's exactly right, yes.
So you have here acted very carefully and conservatively in highlighting to the coroner that you cannot exclude spontaneous combustion because you couldn't get to the scene.
That's correct.
Was there anything here besides the prevailing weather conditions in the lead up to the fire that would otherwise point to spontaneous combustion?
Not that I'm aware of.
I want to move now, Inspector, to your investigation of the scene where Russell Bratby was injured. And I'm going to do that by asking you to have a look at some of the photographs you took in the course of your investigation. Firstly, we're going to have the photograph at page 59 of the Coronial brief brought up on screen. Can you see that well enough, Inspector?
Yes, I can.
Do you recognise that photo?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain to the court what it shows?
Okay, so this is an image depicting the remaining piers of the property Rupu, and it also, there was a structure originally there. The piers are all that remained at the time that I was present to conduct my examinations. And on the right-hand side of the photograph is the water tank that's referred to, and another photograph will show the damage to the water tank, the split in the side of the water tank.
During the opening submissions this morning, Her Honour was shown some photographs taken by the National Parks and Wildlife crew who were the first to locate Mr Bratby at the scene. And it seems that at least part of the cottage on this property was still intact as at the time of those photos being taken. To your knowledge, was the cottage destroyed in a later run of fire that came through after Mr Bratby was evacuated?
I don't believe so. This site was cleaned up, but it's very clearly cleaned. There's no debris laying across the top of the piers, which I would normally expect to see. And given the time since the fire occurring and the incident on the 7th of November when Mr Bratby was injured, and my attendance in July of 2020, a number of factors have come into play there, with the site not being exactly as it was at the time of the incident.
And including the possible removal of the what was remaining of the cottage?
Yes. Yeah.
Can you estimate the distance between the closest wall of the cottage and the water tank?
It was only a couple of metres, 3 to 4 metres, I believe. I can refer to my sketch. It wasn't far. It was in close proximity to the house. The water tank fed into the house originally, is my understanding.
Was there any sign of the tank having melted on that part of the curve that was furthest away from the house?
No.
Was there any sign of fire damage, so blackening or charring to that part of the curve which was furthest away from the house?
There's some sooting around the back, and there's a sort of a void area where it's still quite cream, and then there's sooting again towards the front, and that's not uncommon. That wasn't unusual for me to see.
What, if anything, did you conclude as to the likely mechanism of the tank melting and collapsing on that aspect of the curve that was actually closest to the cottage?
Okay. So with the cottage becoming engulfed in flames, it is generating sustained heat in that location for a period of time. That sustained heat will radiate outwards, and known as radiant heat, and will start to impact items that are in the close vicinity of the cottage, for example. So in this case, the water tank is within close proximity of that cottage. It's being exposed to prolonged heat from the burning of the cottage. It weakens on that side, and that is what is causing the heating and the melting and the collapsing of the tank in that fashion. And that's something that I see regularly in both structural fires, and I have seen in a similar wildfire circumstance where a fire has progressed past and it is the side of the tank facing the structure that is the most damaged.
You've twice referred in your evidence today to other fires or other scenes that have involved fire damage to water tanks. How many such occasions have you had to investigate in the course of your career? Could you estimate off the top of your head?
For fires?
Yes.
I couldn't.
If you can't, if you can't, just say so. Is it rare enough that? No, I withdraw that. The other occasion that you've had to investigate a scene that's involved a melted rainwater tank. Was it similarly affected by a bushfire passing through the property?
Yes, it was.
And was that at some point over the course of this 2019-2020 bushfire season or earlier in time?
No, that was around about 2014 from memory.
I'm going to have another photo brought up on screen, Inspector. This comes from page 64 of the Coronial brief. Do you recognise this photo?
Yes, I do.
Does this show the curve of the water tank that was furthest away from the cottage?
Yes, it does.
Because we can see the piers on the other side of the water tank towards the mid-ground of the photo. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then when we look further down the track to the left, there seem to be other water tanks set out along the driveway.
Yes.
Did you have a chance to look at those tanks to see if they themselves had been affected by the fire passing through?
Yes, I did do a visual inspection. I did note that there was sooting on one of the tanks, and that's the tank that you can see, I guess, closest to where the cottage was on the left-hand side of the screen. And there was another tank further up at the top of the hill. So on the other side of that is the driveway that leads back down onto Bloomfield Road. And that tank, from my memory, didn't have any significant damage to it.
The tank that was there that had been affected by sooting, did it have any melting obvious?
No.
Would it have been possible for a person to be able to enter either of those two unmelted tanks, or is the access point too small for someone to be able to climb through?
Yeah, look, the access or the water inlet points for these water tanks, they're not large in diameter. They're particularly on these poly tanks, and in my opinion, no, they're not big enough for an adult to enter.
So it's possible the very mechanism that allowed Mr. Bratby to shelter in water, either close to or inside this tank, was the same mechanism that led to the tank producing noxious gases because it has melted to a point large enough to allow him to get in. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Is that a fair observation?
Yeah, from my observations, the only way that a person could have sheltered, if it was in fact in this tank or accessed this tank at some point, it would have to have been post the fire, post the impact of the heat from the house causing that disintegration or that deformation in the side of the tank. And that split in the side of the tank that faces the cottage would have allowed an adult to access.
It would make sense for Mr. Bratby to go to that tank because that's where the water was easiest to get to.
Yes.
Your Honour, those are my questions for the Inspector.
Thank you. Inspector, if you wouldn't mind just waiting while I see if there's any other questions. Mr. Newton.
I have no questions, Your Honour.
Thanks very much, Inspector. You're excused.
Thank you.
Your Honour, that concludes the evidence for both the inquiry into the Stockyard flat fire and also the inquest into the death of Russell Bratby. Russell Bratby was loved and valued. He is missed by his family and by his friends. His family have a lot that they would like to say about Russell, about the man that he was and about their terrible loss following his death. But his family know that Russell was a private man and he didn't like a fuss, and he would not wish for his family to speak publicly about him in this open forum. Russell's family respect this choice that they know he would make, and therefore they do not wish to make a family statement in these proceedings. We, in turn, respect their choice, and we thank the Bratby family for the assistance they have provided to the team assisting Your Honour through their regular communication with us in the course of Your Honour's investigation. Your Honour now has the benefit of the documentary material contained within Exhibits 42A and 43, and the evidence this morning from Officer in Charge Senior Constable Michael McDonnell and Detective Inspector Michelle Hepburn of the New South Wales Police Force. At a later stage in Your Honour's inquiry into the 2019-2020 bushfire season, those assisting Your Honour will formally address Your Honour on the cause and origin of the Stockyard flat fire and on the manner and cause of Mr Bratby's death. In relation to the Stockyard flat fire, I can foreshadow that a formal submission is likely to be made that the Stockyard flat fire originated on 26 October 2019 within the Oxley Wild Rivers National Park to the western side of the Yarrowitch River within a very steep, inaccessible gorge. I can foreshadow that we will likely submit, notwithstanding the understandable caution expressed by Inspector Hepburn, that the cause of the fire was a lightning strike on the 26th of October 2019. In relation to the death of Russell Bratby, I can foreshadow now that a formal submission is likely to be made that Mr Bratby died at approximately 2:09 a.m. on 29 December 2019 at the Royal North Shore Hospital in Sydney. The cause of his death was complications of the effects of fire, with injuries sustained on 7 November 2019 in connection with the Stockyard flat fire. So if Your Honour would otherwise formally stand the matter over, this afternoon we will conclude the inquiry into the Busby's flat fire by taking the last witness evidence in that matter from the Rural Fire Service fire investigator.
Yes, thank you, Ms Ward. And again, to Tracy and Shauna and Murray, thank you for all your assistance, and our thoughts are very much with you, the family and friends today. We will adjourn now and resume at 2 o'clock.
Silence, please, all stand. Coroners Court now resumes.
Yes, Ms Ward.
Your Honour, this is the resumption of the hearing into the coronial inquiry into the Busby's flat fire. The witness for this afternoon, Mr Arthur, is presently on screen, but if it were convenient, I propose to give Your Honour only a very short recap of the circumstances around the Busby's flat fire. I've already opened extensively. I won't repeat any of that, but just to place Mr Arthur's evidence this afternoon in the context of the evidence that we've already heard. Your Honour, the Busby's flat fire is believed to have commenced on the 4th of October 2019 on the southern side of Busby's Flat Road, about 2 to 3 kilometres west of its intersection with O'Keefe's Road at Busby's Flat. The evidence suggests that it was first seen at about 9:30 that night by a truck driver who was travelling west along Busby's Flat Road towards a remote logging site where he was working. When he first observed the fire, it was burning in grassland on the side of Busby's Flat Road. He wanted to call 000 at that point, but he had no mobile phone reception. And Your Honour might recall the evidence that he continued driving to a point where he got mobile phone reception. He then called his employer and asked his boss to dial in the fire to 000, but there was a miscommunication and that call to 000 was never made. So that driver, it seems, progressed to the log chipping site, loaded up with his next load of product and turned around to come back towards the mill that he was heading towards, over towards the coast. As he came back down a hill towards Busby's flat, he could see the glow of fire in the distance. By the time he reached the area where the fire originated, it was now 40 to 50 metres wide and it was burning in thick scrub by the roadside. Again, he didn't have mobile phone reception, so he continued to drive east for 2 or 3 minutes until he got reception and pulled over, and he called in the fire at about 11:41 p.m. Your Honour might recall this man, not being particularly familiar with the area, was having trouble identifying the location to the 000 call taker when he was joined by another forestry worker, Clinton Gill, who had finished his shift at a logging site and was travelling towards Busby's flat with another colleague in the car. Mr Gill saw the fire and wanted to call 000 but didn't have mobile reception. He kept driving 2 to 3 minutes past the location of the fire and came across the truck driver who had pulled over to call 000. Mr Gill stepped in onto the 000 call and was able to provide directions for the 000 operator to give to first responders, explaining where the fire was located along Busby's Flat Road. So, Your Honour, it was these early accounts of the fire location provided to 000, which then fed into the first rural fire service appliance attending the scene, which in turn assisted the rural fire service investigator, fire and cause and origin investigator, Mr Peter Arthur, who will give evidence today about his cause and origin investigation. That's all that I wish to say by way of a further opening. If it's convenient, Your Honour, I call Peter Arthur.
Mr Arthur, can you see and hear us in the courtroom?
Yes, I can.
All right, you'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you, Mr Arthur.
Thank you, Your Honour. Would you state your full name?
Peter David Arthur.
Are you a group officer and fire investigator with the Rural Fire Service of New South Wales?
I am, yes.
Do you continue to be based at the Neville Binky Memorial Drive casino premises for the Rural Fire Service?
Yes, I do.
In your capacity as an authorised fire investigator, have you prepared a fire investigation report wildfire in relation to the Busby's Flat fire, also known as the Rapville fire?
Yes, I have.
Do you have a copy of that statement with you?
Yes.
Mr. Arthur, that statement has already come into evidence along with the wildfire report that is annexed to the statement. So I won't ask you to repeat it, but there are certain aspects of your investigation that I'm going to ask you some specific questions about this afternoon. Do you follow?
Yes.
It seems from your investigation report that you actually attended the scene of the fire on 2 separate occasions. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
The first occasion being much closer in time to the time of ignition for the fire, meaning I think the day after the fire was first reported. Does that sound right?
Yes, the following afternoon at 4 o'clock, 1600 hours.
And then you returned again much later in the month of October on the 26th. Does that sound
That's
right?
correct. That's correct. Yes.
What was the point of the second attendance later in the month?
I had a second fire investigator with me, just to go through and have a look at the findings and just double check, make sure everything was fine.
Very
What
well.
I found.
In your fire investigation report, Mr. Arthur, you say that you entered the general area of origin from the eastern side of Busby's Flat Road, and you give a grid number where you've entered. How did you work out where to enter the general area of origin from?
Prior to getting to that general area of origin, I contacted the Rapville Fire Brigade. They were still on scene, probably approximately 2 kilometres to the east. He showed me where it was and said that's when they were first responding that night. That's where the area of the fire was.
So did he show you the general area of origin in his opinion?
Yes. He
How
told me
did
the
you-
fire wasn't that big at the stage when the
Yes.
first responders got there that night. So he knew the general area of origin.
How did you then determine on which point of the perimeter of the general area of origin you would enter in order to try and track to a more specific area of origin?
Through the training, where we get to the general area of origin, then we walk the perimeter of the fire in a clockwise direction, then in an anti-clockwise direction, or vice versa, looking for areas where the fire has tracked through. Once we find that, we walk into the fire in a serpentine pattern, which is big S pattern, and then you just look for indicators towards the point of origin. Takes us, and once we get to the close to the point of origin, we look for minor indicators, and we just get smaller and smaller till we get the point of origin.
Is it fair to say that wherever you enter the general area of origin, you should be able to predictably read the fire indicators and track them to the one point of origin, regardless of point of entry?
In most cases, yes. Yes.
And what about in a fire like the fire that we had at Busby's Flat Road?
Well, when I seen it, it was definitely spread out, but it was definitely indicators there that showed me the point of origin, and given the location of the first responders, led me to the point of origin.
So again, what I'm focusing on is regardless of where you start your attempt to track indicators to a specific area of origin or a point of origin, you should be able to read those indicators and arrive at the same point, regardless from where you start.
Yes.
In this case, you tracked the indicators to a particular point of origin, so you were satisfied that you could actually get to a point of ignition. Is that right?
Yes,
And the indicators led you to a point where there was steel belting present. Is that right?
yeah, point of origin. Once we get to the point of origin, a thorough search is made of the area, looking for different sorts of evidence. And that point of origin was the steel belt with the rubber around it, burnt on the ground.
I'll come to the steel belt in a moment, but first up, I'm going to ask you some questions about a cigarette lighter that you also located at the scene, although 18 metres away from the point of origin. Can you recall when you discovered this lighter? Was it before or after you'd settled on a point of origin and located the steel belting?
It was before.
I'm going to have a photo of the lighter brought up on screen now. This is from page 139 of the brief. And Mr. Arthur, it's your photo too, using the numbering on your photos. Can you see that on screen clear enough?
Yes, again, yes.
Now, is it the case you found this 18 metres along from the point of origin and 2 metres from the edge of the roadway in towards the bush?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. You say in your investigation report that you examined the lighter and found that it was old and had been discarded a long time prior to the start of the fire. Do you recall saying that in your report?
Yes, I do. Yes.
What did you do to examine the lighter?
I picked it up, had a look at it. The had rust on it. The flint area was all rusted and the mechanism didn't work on it. So it appeared to be sitting there for a long time.
Okay. All right. So you tried to use it to see if it would produce a flame and it did not. Is that right?
It was seized, would not move at all.
Plus you said you saw rust on the metal end of it. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Just looking at the photo on the screen now, it seems like some of the vegetation to the top of the lighter is a light green colour. Was that unburnt vegetation?
Yes, it was. That's patches of that area along the side of the road at that time wasn't burnt.
Did you take this photo before or after you picked up the lighter to test to see if it was working?
Before.
When you picked up the lighter, was the ground underneath it burnt or unburnt?
Unburnt.
And was the lighter itself marked or damaged by fire in any way?
Didn't appear to be, but the greeny colour of it was very faded and it's been sitting in the sun for quite a while.
Was the colour of the lighter on the side exposed to the sun more faded than the colour on the underside?
Oh, sorry, I can't recall.
Okay. All right, tell me if this is a fair summary of what you observed in relation to the lighter, as well as the rust and the fact that it appeared to have faded in the sun. The ground underneath it was unburnt, which would suggest that the lighter was in situ as the fire passed through.
Yes.
How then do you, no, withdraw that, but the presence of unburnt foliage just to the top of the lighter in this photograph is consistent with other indicators you saw at the scene, is it?
That's
of
correct.
Small patches of unburnt vegetation.
Yes.
So you've come to the conclusion that it had been discarded at the scene a long time prior to the start of the fire, based on the weathering of the lighter itself. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I think I asked you, didn't I, whether the lighter was marked or damaged by fire in some way?
Yeah, no, it wasn't. No.
But that in itself might be consistent with the foliage around it not being, at least some of the foliage around it not being consumed by the fire.
That's correct. The grass in that area was only very short and just dry. So the fire would have been a very small fire just running over the top of the grass there.
Yes, I was going to ask you whether you can draw any conclusions about the state of the fire when it moved through. Are we likely dealing with the fire in its early stages at this point?
Yes, when the fire crews got there, they said it was only a very small fire, wasn't big at all. The afternoon I attended the fire for the investigation, it was probably up to a kilometre to 2 kilometres down the road to the east.
Okay. I'm going to now have page 143 of the brief brought up on screen. Mr. Arthur, this is photograph number 6 using your numbering. Can you see that well enough on the screen?
Yes, I can.
Did you observe some black markings on the road close to the point of origin, which you have identified as rubber marks?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Now, those marks are not shown in close-up on this particular photo, Mr. Arthur, but can you describe for Her Honour how far across the road these marks progressed, heading towards the flags that we can see on the top left corner of the photo?
I would say that particular one was about 2 metres to 2.5 metres.
Which one, sorry?
About 2 to 2.5 metres from the edge of the road, from the flags in the top of the screen.
Yes, okay. Your report says that there were 3 of these marks in total. Do you recall seeing 3 separate marks on the day?
Yes, I do. Yes.
In the photo that we presently have on screen, I can see perhaps 2 marks, a smaller mark towards the middle of the road and then the larger mark to the left of the green flag. Is the 3rd mark visible in this photo?
I can't see it in that photo, no.
Was the 3rd mark closer to the flags than the smaller mark visible in the photo?
From memory, I think it was further to the south, which
Very well.
towards the vehicle in that photo.
Looking at the flags at the top of that photo, is one of those coloured flags particularly highlighting the presence of the point of origin?
Yes, the white flag.
So if we take the distance from the white flag to the rubber mark that was closest to it, can you give an estimate of that distance?
Approximately 3 metres.
3 metres from the white flag to the closest rubber mark.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, this might seem a silly question, Mr. Arthur, but bear with me. There's a 4-wheel drive in the top right-hand corner of the photo. Is it parked facing in the direction that cars would travel broadly in broadly along Busby's Flat Road from the east, heading through to the logging site to the west?
That's correct, yeah. It's on the left-hand side of the road.
And that left-hand, the burnt ground that we're looking at the top of that photo is actually the southern side of the road, is that right?
It's the, yes, it's western side of the road, it is. Yeah, northern side, southern side, just trying to get the bearings. Yeah, that's correct. It's on the opposite side. It's probably closer to the other side of the road than the flag side.
Okay. Because actually Busby's Flat Road generally heads east to west, but it's got a few sort of dog legs along the way, doesn't it? Where you come around a curve and you're heading almost in a southerly direction as you head over from the east.
That's it. Yeah, it's it's prominent east-west, but on that particular section, it swung around to the left.
Yep. All right, I'm going to have page 145 of the brief brought up on screen, which is your photo number 8. And can you see, Mr. Arthur, you mark this as the third rubber mark on the road close to the point of origin.
Yep.
I think this is the mark that is visible at the bottom of the photo we've just been looking at D006. Is that right?
I couldn't tell you with this photo, sorry.
Okay. Just focusing then on the 3 marks that you observed at the scene, how did you conclude that it was rubber that had caused that marking?
Just skid marks from tyres. You see them on the road quite often. Closer look, you can tell it was rubber burnt into the ground there.
So is it largely based on the visual appearance of the mark?
Yes, yes.
Did you consider whether there might have been anything else that could have left such a mark?
No, it was just, I'd say it was a skidding tyre. Whether it was somebody just skidding, braking or accelerating very fast.
Any idea how long that mark might have been there?
I would say it's been there quite a while, that mark. I did, sorry?
You go on, Mr. Arthur. I don't mean to talk across you. Please finish.
Yeah, I think it's been there quite a while, given the how it looked and the amount of rubber that was on the side of the road. It was from a tyre that's come apart, not burning rubber on the road like how this photo is.
So is it fair to say you've taken these photos of the rubber marks at the scene to record the scene, not because you're suggesting that these marks are in any way implicated in the cause of the fire? That's
correct. If you look in the first photo, it had a green flag beside it, which indicates a point of interest only.
Yes, yes. So a point of interest that you've got to look at and examine, but ultimately
Yes.
does not feed into your conclusion as to the origin of the fire.
Not at all.
Good, thank you. I'm going to now have page 146 of the brief brought up on screen. And Mr. Arthur, this is your photo D9.
Yes.
All right. Here we have the white flag indicating the point of origin. And in your caption to the photo, you say you can see in this photo a low intensity fire coming from the point of origin area.
Yes.
Can you explain to Her Honour how you see the low intensity fire coming from that area?
Given it's only a low intensity when it started, the main fire went to the west, which is just straight up from that photo, straight towards the top. But the lateral fire come away from left and right, and the backing fire to the bottom of the screen. You can see bits and pieces of grass and still not burnt there. So at the time, that was just a very low intense fire until it got going towards the east as it built up as a more intense fire.
To the right-hand side towards the top on the photo on the screen, there seems to be an area of vegetation that's almost a straw-like colour, little
Yes.
patch there. What's that?
It's just a tuft of grass, but you can see at the base of it, there's a little bit of burnt area there, and the back of it was unburnt. So that's indicating to me that's a low intense fire. So the fire's just crept along the ground there, burning leaf litter, grass, and didn't get to the back of that stalks of grass there.
So there again are some unburnt patches at this scene, but we
That's
also
correct.
have fire spreading out in all directions from this point. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say, yes.
You then refer to oxidised wire and a section of the steel belt.
Yes.
Are they one and the same thing?
Yes. Tyres have got steel belting in them. and they're covered with, that's what gives them the strength in the road. Once that tyre comes alight or ignites around the grass, that steel belting will oxidise and the rubber will burn away, just leaving the belt exposed, the wire exposed.
So if one were to cut a cross section through a rubber tyre, we'd have the external rubber tread part of the tyre, and then within the layers below there would be the steel belt layer, if you like, within the tyre. Is that right?
Yes, the rubber coating around the belt would be both sides of it. So if you cut it open, you would see the rubber steel belting in the middle of the rubber.
I'm going to have another photo brought up now. It's page 147, and Mr. Arthur, it's your photo number D10. Can you see that on the screen?
Yes, I can.
This is identified as a closer look at the point of origin. And again, we can see the wire that you observed there. But does this photo also show the presence of rubber still sitting around?
It does. It's quite hard to see in that photo, but there is rubber, burnt rubber there. You can you get fragments of it. You can still see.
Is it on the left-hand side towards the outer reach of the, what you say is the oxidised wire? Are there fragments of rubber still attached there?
Yes, there is. I can see that there. And on the right-hand side upper photo, there's bits of rubber there still.
Yes, just sitting to the left and above the top part of the flag. Is that rubber?
Yes.
Okay. Did you pick up this oxidised wire during the course of your investigation?
No.
Do you think that the bits of rubber that you can see on this photo were likely entangled with the oxidised wire in some way?
It would have been burning for quite a while. Rubber burns very hot and fierce. So it would have been burning, and there would have been twisting and twisting that wire around a fair bit with the heat.
Well, I wanted to ask you about that, Mr. Arthur. How can you conclude that the wire was impacted by rapid oxidisation? And then moving on from that, how do you say the rapid oxidisation was caused by the fire?
Just given the heat, the intense heat that would have been there, the rubber around it would have been causing a fair bit of heat, causing the damage to the wire.
Is this a phenomenon that you've observed at other fire scenes?
This is the first time I've seen a car tyre fire like this. I've seen them in car fires themselves, where tyres will burn with rubber and leaving the wire exposed. But this is the first time on the side of the road I've seen this happen.
And in those previous scenes involving a car itself, have you observed the steel belting to demonstrate this sort of discoloration as a result of oxidisation?
Yes, I have, yes.
Is it possible that this steel belting might have been at the scene long before the fire started, and what we're looking at is actually just weathering from the elements?
I don't believe so, no.
And why is that?
Given the indicators that led me to that direct point for ignition, I believe that was the point of origin.
Okay, so the fact that it's at a location that you've separately identified as the point of origin by tracking the indicators?
That's it, yes.
Is there any other potential cause, putting the location of the oxidised wire to one side, did you consider whether there might be any other potential causes for the discoloration of the wire beyond oxidisation through fire exposure?
Given that it was only less than 24 hours, no, there may have been dew or something in the morning, but that I don't think that would have affected that wire in that way. was more heat.
Were you able to draw any conclusions about the likely vegetation present around the point of origin that would act as a fuel source for any early ignition?
Yes, it was very dry, crisp grass. There's a lot of leaf litter in the area. So the heat and the humidity was very high during the days, and the humidity is very low during the day. But given the time of night, it would have raised, the temperature would have been dropped a bit and the humidity would have been up, but still very dry, very easy to ignite.
I'm going to have another photo brought up, Mr. Arthur. This is page 148 of the brief, which is your photo D11. Do you see that you described this as showing a low intensity fire around the point of origin area?
Yes.
I'm not sure if the photo does the scene justice. Is the oxidised wire present in this photo?
Yes, it's directly under the white flag.
So perhaps just visible if we squint.
Yes.
Okay. All right, the next photo, Mr. Arthur, is page 149 of the brief, and it's your photo D12. Do you see there you refer to a large amount of rubber from a blown tyre found at the point of origin site and to the north and south of the site?
Yes.
How were you able to conclude that these rubber pieces were from a burnt tyre?
I couldn't conclude that all that rubber was on the side of the road, giving the indication that the tyre did come apart or running flat for quite a while and come apart. And it would have been, if it did come apart, has been running flat, would have been extremely hot, and parts of the rubber would have come apart. North and south of the fire, it was spread along the road. Pieces of rubber, even bigger pieces of rubber. In different areas.
We'll come to some of the later photos of bigger pieces of rubber, but I'm just focusing on these, the pieces that are displayed in this photo. You're confident, are you, that they come from a tyre and not some other source?
Yes, yes. I examined them fairly closely. It's definitely parts of a tyre.
And how through your close examination are you able to be definite that it's parts of a tyre?
Oh, I'm pretty sure it was part of a tyre.
But did you see something, or was there something in the feel of it? Was there oxidised wire attached? Was there tread still visible? What in particular allowed you to conclude that this is from a tyre and not some other random piece of rubber?
Yeah, there was some pieces where treads still visible. There was some pieces where it was larger chunks that would have had a little bit of wire still inside, but the majority was just threaded or shredded rubber along the side of the road, combined with bigger pieces.
And am I right in concluding that the vegetation, at least at the scene where you found these shredded pieces of tyre, seems to be unburnt?
Yes.
You say that there were pieces of this rubber from a blown tyre found north and south of the point of origin. If we take the piece that's the furthest north and the piece that's furthest south, can you give an estimate of the distance that they were scattered along?
I only walked probably 50 metres each side. Through that 50 metres, there was more to the south. And as I went north, there wasn't as much of the shredded tyre on the ground.
So is it fair to say there were pieces scattered along at least a 50-metre length?
Yes.
I'm now going to have page 151 of the brief brought up. This is your photo D14. And do you see here you describe a large amount of rubber from a blown tyre that you found at the scene?
Yes.
To my non-expert eye, it seems that there might even be tread visible on the outer surface of this piece of rubber. Is that right?
Yes, I do have one photo there where you can see a fair bit of tread still visible.
Yes, I think we'll come to that photo
Yeah.
in a moment. Where was this piece in D14? Where was it found in connection to the piece of oxidised wire at the point of origin?
The bulk of the rubber and tyre was on the southern side of the poo area.
Within close proximity, or again scattered over a long
Yes, it was scattered over, but there was a fair bit in close proximity. And as you walk up the road, it's just the tyre was everywhere up the road.
Again, was there any way for you to try and work out how long this piece of rubber might have been at the scene?
No. I took it as just one tyre had come apart.
I suppose it must be possible, though, that more than one tyre has come apart, maybe on different occasions along that scene. And
Very
you might be
possible,
looking at old remnants mixed in with the remnants of the tyre you believe caused the fire.
That's correct. It could have been.
So is it fair to say that, again, this remnant in this photograph, you were suspicious that this might be linked to the cause of the fire because of its position relative to the point of origin, but it's not definitive evidence of cause on its own?
Yes.
Now we'll come to the next photo that shows the tread a little more clearly. This is photo page 153 of the brief and D16 of your photos.
Yes.
Mr. Arthur, is this the photo you're referring to, where the tread seems to be fairly obvious in the photo?
Yes, that's it.
Did you pick up this bit of tyre?
No.
Are you able to tell whether this bit of tyre was there before the fire passed through?
No, given I think it was there as the fire went through there, yes. Just looking at that photo there, you've got parts of protection, which is another indicator where the fire's gone up one side and there's protection, unburnt areas on the other.
So protection literally on that piece of tread?
Yes, the tread has stopped the actual fire going past it and it's just gone around it, leaving unburnt areas behind it.
What about this little section on the far right-hand side where there's a level of black and burnt vegetation and then a small, almost triangular piece that looks possibly unburnt? Does that tell you anything?
Again, very low intensity fire. The fire just crept very slowly across there and it's just didn't, again, protection. The rubber would have stopped it from burning in that area.
Is there steel belting visible on the top rim of this piece of the tyre tread, particularly on the left-hand side?
So. I
don't
believe so, no.
I'm reading too much into it. Now, Mr. Arthur, it's the case, isn't it, that having tracked the indicators to the point of origin and then observing the oxidised wire at that point, along with the remnants that you say of tyre tread that have been scattered further around the general or area of origin, firstly, it was your opinion that the fire was not the result of an intentional act?
No, that's correct.
And in fact, you go so far as to say that it had started as a result of the steel belting landing in dry, crisp grass and leaf matter.
Yes.
Did you observe any indicators or evidence at the scene that might detract from that conclusion?
No.
So everything was pointing in that one direction for you?
It's definitely yes.
Thank you, Mr. Arthur. Those are my questions, Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr. Arthur. If you wouldn't mind just waiting, I'll see if there's any other questions. Mr. Newton?
I have no questions, Your Honour.
Thanks very much, Mr. Arthur. You are excused now.
Thanks, Your Honour.
Thank you.
Your Honour, that concludes the evidence for the inquiry into the cause and origin of the Busby's flat fire. Your Honour now has the benefit of the documentary material contained within Exhibit 29A, which was tendered the other week. You had the oral testimony from the officer in charge, Detective Sergeant Steve Hoffman, from week 1 of the hearings, and today's evidence from the Rural Fire Service Fire Investigator Peter Arthur. At a later stage in Your Honour's inquiry into the 2019-2020 season, those assisting Your Honour will formally address you on the cause and origin of this fire. In that regard, I can now foreshadow that a formal submission is likely to be made that the fire ignited at approximately 9:30 p.m. on 4 October 2019, adjacent to Busby's Flat Road and about 1 kilometre west of the intersection with O'Keefe's Road at Busby's Flat. The cause of the fire was an unintentional human act, possibly the fire having started from steel belting landing in dry, crisp grass and leaf matter at the scene.
Thank you, Ms. Ward.
That's the close of the evidence and the hearing for today. I'll just check because I'm not up to date with the schedule for tomorrow. Tomorrow is the inquest into the death of Barry Parsons and the Mile Creek Road fire.
All right. Well, we'll adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.
Coroners